why. Oh.
I'm waiting, it's okay. Looks like it's still loading forever. Right. Once Veronica's screen is loading, I am going to ask you guys to go again to your formative, right? I want you guys to open your formative assessment. I'm just waiting for Veronica's screen to finish loading. There's that question about adverts. Can you please find it for me? That's the last task we need to do under the formative. I think it's talking about some hats or something. I can't remember. Sumo hats. Please find that question for me.
Yeah, it's sumo hats.
Okay, there's a few adverts. I want the question, the question that's around those adverts there. We're still waiting, Veronica. Don't worry. We're looking for sumo hats adverts, and I think there's a shoe as well that's being advertised. Can I have a volunteer to share their screen and show us that question once Veronica is done? We're still waiting for Veronica's screen. Veronica's screen is still loading here. Still waiting for Veronica's screen to finish loading. Veronica, is it going to finish, Mar?
I don't know, so what's the problem?
On the bottom of your screen, the last icon there, click on the red items. Maybe it's open already. Or minimize this, Veronica. Oh, let me see. I can take control of Veronica's screen. Let's see if I can. Veronica, please click accept or give control. I'm not sure what it says on your side. Go back to class, Veronica. Go back to Teams. Quickly, Veronica, go back to where you attend class, where you mute and unmute. Veronica is not moving her mouse. I'm worried now.
So my laptop is slow. That's why sometimes I'm not talking like making
Funny stories that I'm getting from Veronica.
Okay, at the class.
Where it says give control, please give control.
Where?
Veronica mutes herself. There is a screen that says give control there.
I don't see.
I didn't get control. This is my third attempt. Whilst you are there, let's wait and see if it comes in. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Some of the things that could be impacting you guys, right? Some of the things that could be impacting you guys. Thank you, Veronica. I am going to show you something that might help with your bandwidth there. And I don't know where it is, so I'm going to share my screen briefly. I'm going to share my screen briefly. Help me find this button. So to save your data, right? What is happening now? No, I don't want to see that. I want to see my teams. Where is my teams? Can you guys see my teams? This is going to help you save data on your side and also improve your network. So there's something called bandwidth. And I think it's under video effects and settings. So if you look at my teams, I am seeing everyone's videos, right? But I'm going to try and switch off so that I don't see all your videos. Now I don't know where this option is. I'm going to try and find it here. Let me click on view. And then more options. Turn off incoming video. Can you guys see your videos on my screen? Zizipo, smile. There's Zizipo smiling. Jabulo, take off your head. Ah, I caught Jabulo as well. See, Jabulo doesn't have hair, guys. You see the small head there. Now, if I turn off my incoming video here, Jabulo, are you smiling? So now I can see all your videos as you can see on my screen. Do you see what I'm talking about? So what this does is it allows the bandwidth on my network to be quite fast because I'm not seeing everyone's videos. I'm not sure if you guys can still hear me. Jabulo, can you see yourself on my screen?
No, I can't see myself, sir.
Can you see Zizipo?
Nope, can't see anyone on your screen.
Okay, so I'm going to turn on incoming video. You can see what I'm doing, Jabulo, right?
I did the same.
Okay, so you click on view, you click on more options, saves you data, and then you turn off incoming video. But for my sake, because I need to see what you guys are doing there, I need to make sure Notile doesn't fall off her chair and fall asleep in class because Notile is definitely snoring. I think she's dreaming that I'm talking. She thinks she's in Honolulu somewhere. And I can't see Dakalo. Where is Dakalo? Dakalo is sitting on her phone chatting. Then she pretends like she's in class.
Sir, I'm here. I'm not chatting. My laptop is giving me problem. I talked to Manchester with the other guy.
Talk to someone.
Gwazi,
Can you see how dark you are, Gwazi?
Yes, I can see I'm dark naturally.
No, your area there is very dark. You must try and find a light or open the curtains or get some light into your room. I must at least see your face there because if you are sleeping, I can't tell.
No,
You might be
Mr. You
sleeping as we speak.
I've been complaining. I went downstairs there to complain that this light is giving me problem. It's always been doing like this. So this maintenance guy hasn't come to change it.
Maintenance guy must come and change bulbs for you. Wow.
Yeah, this light
Buy
bulb.
a bulb, must have more voltage on it, and put it up.
I don't
there,
have a ladder. I don't have a ladder to change it. It's there.
Stories. Climb on top of the bread bin or something. Stop making excuses.
I could have done that. Maybe I should just show you how this thing is.
I will not see it. It's dark in that place.
You'll see it, I swear. You see, it's there top.
Guys,
By the ceiling.
If you come to Kwazi's home, you must come to a ladder. You see, when you visit Kwazi, you must visit him with a ladder. Doesn't have a ladder. All right, no, that's fine, Kwazi.
Yes.
Who is volunteering to share his hair screen? We're looking at the adverts question on your formative assessment. Who is willing to share his hair screen?
I'll continue, so it's fine.
Okay, thank you, Nomatam Sanga. Go ahead. Thank you, Johannes. Right, so I am going to leave you guys with Notile for just 2 minutes. who must be the chairperson? Let's abuse Johannes this time around. Johannes, Njabulo is tired, and I made him take off his hat. You can wear your hat, Njabulo. It's cold. Hide your big ears there, because if your big ears catch wind, you might have a flu. Then you'll
So-
blame Mr. X. Then we'll have many
So-
problems.
Can I please go to the bathroom real quick?
No, I want to see what happens if I say no. Stay here. Don't go, Njabulo. I want to see if you will explode, Njabulo. Guys, I don't give permission for going to the toilet. If you want to sit here and explode, sit here and explode with me. It's not a problem. Right, I'll give you about 10 minutes. This task is rather a bit long. So the question is, look at the adverts on the following pages, answer the following questions. So we won't be answering these questions or coming back to these questions. So please take note of these questions. I'm helping you, Johannes, but I want you to please chair the meeting for the next 5-10 minutes. What is being advertised? What was the first thing you notice about the pictures, right? How do they make use of font types and sizes to make key points stand out? Is the layout of the page done in a way that is interesting and gets your attention? Was it easy to understand the messages on these adverts? And then I think the next section talks about a novel. So let's do the first one, and we'll do the novel maybe as individuals. Over to you, Johannes.
Okay. So, okay, give me a second. Let me also get the messages on my screen as well. Okay. What's being advertised here? Any questions?
The shoe.
Thank you, Mr. Shrimambul. Sorry. Okay.
Just say shoes, it's fine.
What was the first thing you saw when you know? What was the first thing you saw on the page? First thing that you saw?
A shoe.
Yes, a shoe.
A hiking shoe.
Hiking shoe.
A very nice hiking shoe. I also wear them. How did they make use the font types and size make key points to stand out? Anyone?
Can I try? I think there's like a protection like at
Protection.
the back of the shoe in order for you like to be comfortable. Like
Is
you
that
see under like the shoe, the bottom of the shoe, the way it is, the way they designed it. It is like sort of like they made it in order to for the shoe to protect you when you go and hike, when you climb the mountain. And so
okay?
that your feet can be comfortable while wearing the shoe.
To be comfortable while wearing the shoe while you go on hiking, and as well, what you said, that there's armor that is protected at the back.
Yes, like yes, at the bottom of the shoe, like the suit with it added protection at the
Okay.
back of the shoe.
Is the layout of the page done in a way that is interesting and gets your attention? Yes.
No. I mean, I can say no because it's not colorful. There was supposed to be maybe other colors that can make it attractive. So I can also say no.
So you're saying there is no. So you're saying there's no color to make it more stand out for people.
Yes.
Okay. I will go for that because something then black and white and gray won't attract me this much. Okay. Was it easy to understand the message of the article?
No,
Why do you say that?
they could have used more detail. Just like how they placed the mountain on the top on the bottom left. They could have placed it somewhere else or used figures or models for the shoe.
All I could say is I could have did more advertisements, show people wearing the shoes on rough terrain. I
What
would
if
I
what if
would
they
say,
didn't have a budget?
yeah, the budget. I would as well agree with that. They should add the budget. So, in your question, was it easy or was it not easy to understand?
It wasn't easy.
Okay. 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 So again, with the picture as now on screen, what is being advertised here?
Sumo hats.
The sumo hats. Okay. What was the first thing that got? What was the first thing you noticed?
It's sumo hats. I think they are selling them because there's special offers. So like they're selling units like windows, butlers or doors.
Okay. How did they make use of the font types and sizes to make the key points to stand out?
I don't know about this one, but I think with subtitles, like as they wrote there, a must on every side, so that it's a must for everyone to have, like sort of like they're advertising it, they're grabbing our attention with the subtitles so that we can be able to buy those sumo hats that they are selling or the special offers that they are offering.
So you're saying that the special offers like attracts you to order to buy this the sumo huts
Yes.
that attracted you. Okay. The type of layout of the page that was done in a way that is interesting and get your answer.
I would say yes, because as you see there at the bottom, it's written speedy delivery and maintenance free. So which means that even if it happens that let's say maybe you buy the units and then you sort of like have a problem, or they are able to maintain it for you for free, of which you can be able to save money for yourself as well. And at least they deliver on time. They don't take time to deliver as well.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Was it easy to understand the message?
Yes, it was a bit easy to understand the message.
Why do you say that?
Because they give you a detailed overview about what they have, what their service is and their product, from price range to how it can be used, and so on. And contact details, you don't have to go anywhere else. You can just call them via the numbers on the left side.
Okay. I would make a viewpoint that it is a multi-use sumo hut. It can also use for storage, sleeping quarters, and for tool sheds. Okay, can you scroll down for me? Okay, so who wrote the book of They're All My Children?
It was Luan Johnson.
Okay. What do you think the book is about?
The teacher.
A teacher. Why do you say it's a teacher?
Because you can
Johannes,
see
let
that
me pause you here.
Okay.
So thank you very much. If you take it, scroll up, Noma Tamsanga. If you take it just a bit up, the novel is the second section, right? Oh no,
Yes.
it's not really second section, but it's a different one. I wanted to finish the adverts question.
Oh,
So for
okay.
example, if you scroll up again, Noma Tamsanga, someone says the layout of the page. No, I want to see the boot, Noma Tamsanga. So if you look at this boot from a distance, what would you think the advertising here? What are they actually advertising, and what would you think they're advertising here? Lufuno?
Say, I will think like looking it from a distance. I'll think maybe it's a soccer boot.
From a distance. Okay, that's
Mm.
Lufuno's view. Someone else?
I would think it's like a techie, just a normal techie.
Just a normal techie. Okay, that's Noma Tamsanga. Someone else? What does, when they say search and enjoy, I'm thinking they're advertising a hiking trip. Search and enjoy. I'm being funny, ne? What are they actually advertising here? What is actually being advertised? What is actually being advertised here? Oh, book. If you ignore me, Pela, you have a formative assessment that's asking you questions. What is being advertised?
A shoe.
Yes,
What type of shoe?
A hiking shoe.
a
A hiking
hiking
shoe.
shoe. Yes.
And what are the features about this shoe?
The features, it's the tight laces, they look durable. It's the outer sole, the bottom of the shoe. It looks tough. It looks strong enough to withstand the mountain journey.
The rough terrain.
Okay. So you guys say this is clearly an easy one to interpret. You understand what they are referring to there, and you're fine.
Yes.
Is there anything awkward that you can point out about this ad? Obviously, I'm seeing a search and enjoy. I'm thinking we're going hiking. I'm seeing a hiking trip. So I'm the awkward one. Lufuno? Scroll down, Nomatamsanga.
I think maybe like how they wrote the word enjoy, like it's written upside down.
It makes
That's
it
what.
interesting, right?
Yeah.
It attracts your attention to some extent. Okay. Noted. Here are the hats. First of all, I don't see a hat. Okay, anyways. What's your first, you look at this image here. And I think Johannes did well in asking the provocative questions. What do you think they're advertising here?
So maybe houses, I think.
You
By
are in
just
South
looking at the
Africa. This
picture
looks like a
without like
house.
yes,
I agree.
by just looking at the picture and not reading the adverts.
This is a
I think
Mpuku. You live here. This is a Zozo. It's a home.
So I think they are advertising a product and a service at the same time.
What would be the product? What would be the service?
The product is the sumo hats, as you can see. The service is the thingy, what's this? The maintenance.
So they erect it and they maintain it for you, eh?
Yeah, free maintenance.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I'm with you. I'm with you. Somebody else? Right. So, for example, my opinion, this advert is more clearer than the one of the shoe above. I'm seeing prices here. It's clear that this is an ad, a must on every side, special offer. The words are clear to me. It might be hearts, but I'm seeing a heart normally is round, but this looks rectangular. It doesn't look like a heart. It might be wrong wording, but still I'm happy with this being an advert. I'm seeing prices there. I'm seeing, do you see what I'm saying here? They're saying storage, sleeping quarters, tool shed. This is an advert. But the one up there, yes, it is an advert. It is a different advert. But this one here, there's a lot that I can say. I'm clear about what is being advertised. My personal opinion. So as well, we are not the same types of people, which is the aspect we are going to discuss today in our training. It also speaks to perspective. And I'm going to get in trouble for this, and every one of you is not going to like me. People who are not complicated in life, they like this advert better. And they understand this advert better because it's for lazy thinkers. The one up there pokes some interest. So people who understand things that are not clearly stated. What do I mean? You've got to look at the picture and understand they're advertising a shoe. They're telling you this shoe is a hiking shoe. So lazy thinkers don't like the advert up there. Lazy thinkers want to be told, how much is this thing? What is this thing? What is it for? This is what this advert is about. Straight, put all the information on the picture, put the information in words, visible words, they must pop out. So this ad for me makes sense because I'm a lazy thinker as well, right? The one up there, I'm not understanding what's happening there. Am I making sense? So you don't expect that all adverts will be like this because we are not all the same. Other people are lazy thinkers like me. Other people are able to read things that are not written. And that's what communication is almost all about. You don't speak the same to everyone. If you speak the same to everyone, other people might actually not get the information. All right, I'm going to take questions for now around the formative assessment. Do you have any questions that you need me to assist you with? Then I'm going to take a break and allow you guys to go and have some tea. And allow you guys to go take a breather, a bit of a breather. Jerry, you keep raising your hands, but you don't like talking to me, Jerry. Go ahead, Jerry. Ask your question.
Hello.
This is not a phone, Jerry. Can't say hello. Talk to me.
Oh, sure, sir. How do we upload those pictures when you're on formative?
The pictures you used your phone to take, right?
Yeah.
You transfer them to your laptop, right? Jerry?
Sure, man.
Once they're saved on your laptop, you copy and paste onto the formative assessment.
No, man. On a formative.
Now I can't hear you, Jerry.
Menya, can you please show us exactly where, Menya, do we like paste them, Menya?
You paste them in the question we did on the formative assessment. It's a section that says, we highlighted it on the screen. No matter Samsung, you can scroll and show Jerry. Because Jerry is asking me where, but the formative assessment has a question. No matter Samsung, please scroll up. I think it's somewhere up there. You can remove all these lines, guys. When I see these lines, I stress on your behalf because they're very difficult to deal with. Here you are. So here they say read the cartoon and then in a group discuss how the author sees a cartoon demonstrate. Do you see experiment number 2, bullet number 2? Do you see that area, Jerry?
Sure, I see. Yeah.
That's where the picture goes. So Nomatam Sangna, please press enter after the full stop. Press enter 3 times. Right. You can, Jerry is not looking on our screen now. Do you see where you can enter your pictures, Jerry? It's up to you. You can enter them there, or you can label your pictures further down where there is lines and label your pictures or your question and say experiment, and then put your pictures there.
Okay, sure. Thank you. I understand.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Jerry. If you're battling with that, I'm submitting names. If you are battling with that, speak to Johannes. If you are battling with that, speak to Nomatam Sangna. She knows how to transfer files. Speak to Njabulo. He can help. Speak to Lufuno. She can help. Speak to Dakalo. She can help. So cry for help in the group if you are battling with any of those. And then make it a point that you get the task done, completed. Right, and then don't forget, they ask there, write down in your own words what the object looked like from above, which is what we tried in class. I tried, and at some point I saw a roll-on hunt. It was a juice bottle. Then the second task I didn't do with you guys, but I think I did show you what needs to be done. Find 2 photos or pictures, one that has a high viewpoint and one that is on the same level as the object. Compare what they look like. So then you'll do that task. I hope you have glue. Then if you're able to do it using your laptop, do it using your laptop, then you don't use glue, right? But I want to see that task in your formative as well. So there's no need to discuss this in your groups. We did it in class. Any other questions? Okay, I'm not seeing questions. So what I will then do is I'll give you about 30 minutes of your tea time. So please go have tea, coffee, and let us be back and ready for training. Come back ready to take a lot of notes. I'll be presenting from 10:30 all the way to 4 o'clock. Cool.
Okay, sir.
See you in 30 minutes. I think I'm back. I suspect I'm back. Good morning in the afternoon. Good morning in the afternoon. Morning in the afternoon. Is everybody back? Let's switch on videos. Let's switch on videos. Today you didn't greet each other. I'm going to give you this chance to greet each other. Pick on someone. Make fun of Noma Tamsanga's toes. I think she has 2 left toes, Noma Tamsang. Make fun of Kwazi's eyes. He has 2 eyes, that guy. Imagine that. 2 eyes. Pick on someone. Pick on someone. Don't worry. If they beat you, I'll be the referee. What? Are you guys scared of each other? Why not greeting each other? I say greet and you guys keep quiet. Are you scared of each other? What's wrong? Am I audible? What if I'm not audible? Can you guys hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, so we can hear
yes,
you.
we can hear.
Oh, I was worried for a second. Why are you scared of each
Yes,
other?
sir.
Greet each other. What happened? Did you fight already? Am I too late?
No.
They were just grumpy.
Yeah, but I thought it was 10 o'clock now. Yeah, less grumpy. Oh, let me throw the line. Let me throw the line. Women, Jabulo said you're a burden. And Johannes agreed. Johannes was nodding his head. I saw him. I saw Johannes nodding his head. I'm drawing a line between the two teams here, men and women. Gwazi was agreeing also. He even commented in the WhatsApp group. Gwazi agreed. He said women are heavy. So that means you guys are fat. Gwazi called all the women fat. Gwazi even said they were together with Jerry when they agreed that all the women in the class are all fat. You are a burden, you are heavy. Why are the women not defending themselves? So you guys agree?
They won't say anything because it's true.
It's their opinions. Yeah.
It's a fact, not an opinion.
Jaula is scared of ladies. That's why she is talking like this.
Not even. Not even. Not even, Shim. Women are not good people, that's why.
It's official. I failed to start a war in my class. The women are not defending themselves. No matter Sangna agrees that she's a burden. Dakano has agreed she's a burden. I can't start a war in this class. Notile agrees, everyone agrees. All right.
So
Can you?
do you know
Yes,
that
Njabulu?
women determine what you say depending on your tone? You can tell her the truth, but how you say it is what matters. They never accept the truth as the truth. So the tone in which you speak determines how she's gonna feel.
Elaborate, Njabulu. What do you mean? What do you mean? It determines who feels, me or her.
Her,
Hmm.
depending on the tone that you speak.
Njabulu is
Because
an
I feel like
expert on
personally,
women.
for me, women change their perspective and how they handle things when they start having kids, because they have someone to nurture and so on. That's why they feel like men are kids, and men are kids, but it's like responsibility had to change us here and there.
So you just called, guys. You guys didn't hear that. You guys didn't hear
Went
that.
over their heads.
You guys didn't hear that. Who is this one? Let me check. And there's this name I'm looking for. Ooh, I don't have. Oh, that's why. That's why. Cherry, they just called you childish. But you are a child, you're a kid. They just called you childish, Cherry. Was it? Jabulo says you are childish. You're a kid.
Hey, no, you wouldn't say this.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Colleagues, please confirm you can see my screen.
Yes, we can,
Yes, we
sir.
can, sir.
Did you have a good break? Where
Yes,
is
sir.
Lucky? I'm missing Lucky from this class. Do you know where Lucky is? You don't know where Lucky is, right? Okay. So I'm going to ask you guys to maybe help me. Where did you start and end with your training with Mr. Ndlela last week? Where did you start and end your training with Mr. Ndlela last week? What did you cover? What did you cover?
I think session 1 up until 3. I think it's session 3. Language and
Okay.
features, something along those lines. Measures and features. I think that's where we ended last week.
Measures and features. What are we talking about now? What do you mean measures and features? Do you know the unit standards you covered last week? You said you covered until session 3. So should I start at session 4 today? Is that what you're telling me? Or should I start at session 5? What are you saying? What are you saying? Talk to me, guys. Is it language structures? I think you're trying to say language structures and features. Is that what you're trying to say? Guys, talk to me. Only one person has spoken. Oh, lo. What's with the silence? I shouldn't give you guys the tea break. You come back from tea break and this is the silence I'm getting. Like, why? Like, why? Okay, I'm going to stop sharing. Going to take it a bit back. I'm being told you did session 3, so I'm going to check again if you've seen this presentation before. Browse on my computer. Give me a sec. What did you do last week? What did you learn last week?
So we did session 1 analyzing written materials, and we also did the session 2 of which was use strategies for extracting implicit message in text.
Yeah.
Okay, someone agrees. That sounds familiar to somebody. Okay. What else? Please add. I'm sure it was a lot. It was 5 days of work. It was 5 days of work. Features of text.
Day one we did AMA syntax, your ambiguous meaning. That's what we did. Day two actually on Tuesday, and then Wednesday we did AMA summaries and AMA visual representation, and then Thursday we had a presentation on our visual representation, and then we did AMA implicit and explicit. And then when the class was about to end, that's when we started with the features, language features, and yeah.
I remembered something. We were doing something with bias, and then that's where we last hopped off. But then on Friday we did something as well with bias at the school. I think our next session was something about humor.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That helps. Thank you. That helps. Anyone else wants to add to our list? So if you look at my screen, for example, okay, I'm seeing messages from MEMS P where people that have been marked absent. I hope all of you are marked absent because some of you are not talking to me in class here. Now my mouse is not moving forward. Why is my mouse not moving forward? Okay. So dealing with bias, you'll tell me, are you saying you've seen this presentation before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I agree with the view that the next topic to be discussed was a conversation around humor. Yes, Nanhlanhla, your hand is high up. Go ahead.
Say, I can't see your screen now. It says can't display presentation.
You know how to take a screen, Nanhlanhla. Screenshot.
Say?
Do you know how to take a screenshot? Please take a screenshot and show me. Someone who can see my screen, please take a screenshot and put it in the chat, the meeting chat. I want to make sure we can all see the same thing. If you can see my screen, just take a screenshot. Notile, no, not Notile. Nanhlanhla cannot see my screen. I just want to see what she sees as well. Nanhlanhla, I would say switch off incoming video on your side to free up what we call bandwidth. Switch off incoming video to switch off or to increase your bandwidth. So Dakalo has put a screenshot of what she can see. I think that's what I'm displaying. Now I'm waiting for a screenshot from Sinenhlanhla. Sinenhlanhla, I want to see what you can see.
Yes, I'm trying to send.
Okay. Right. My objective is not to start all over, but my objective is to sort of link up what you've done in Mr. Sbonelo's training sessions according to unit standards. So please work with me. I will be giving an overview of what you did last week in terms of unit standards. And I know Mr. Sbonelo went into detail, but I will not be going into great detail. I'll be going over and above, and I will basically be completing it in terms of unit standards. So, for example, And maybe let me illustrate what I'm asking from Nenhlanhla. I'm going to ask, I think I did show you how to take a screenshot last week, right? The first module I'm going to talk about, hey, why is that thing taking a video? I don't want a video. Nenhlanhla, I'm still waiting. Please do not be discouraged by me talking. And my laptop is doing funny things, taking a video instead of taking a screenshot. I don't want to take a screenshot of a video. I want a screenshot. I'm looking for something similar to this, Sinenhlanhla. Trying to put it in the chat. Give me a second. I think I personally showed you how to do this just yesterday. So I'm looking for that. And that's the first unit standard I want to introduce to you guys. If my laptop can just stop misbehaving. My laptop likes this thing of misbehaving. Okay, let me see if I can find a mouse. Have I asked you guys to buy a mouse? Not yet.
Not yet.
All of you, please go to the shop and buy a mouse. Thank you.
We don't have money.
That excuse never flies in my sessions. As far as I'm concerned here, I can even ask you to buy me a car and you can buy me a car. Right, a mouse and a keyboard is going to make you faster in typing your assessments. A mouse and a keyboard is going to make it easier to type your assessments. So please invest in a mouse and a keyboard. It is not meant to waste your money, but it is meant to assist you with your assessments. A mouse and a keyboard are better to type in and faster than a mouse pad and a what you call and a laptop keyboard. Is there anyone that can attest to what I'm saying, or am I just speaking my own views here? I feel it's quicker and better to type on a keyboard and to use a separate mouse. My opinion. My opinion. Does anyone share my sentiment? Or am I just the only one that prefers these two things?
Yes, I
Yes,
have
sir.
mouse, so
No, I bet with this pet story. Maybe it's because I'm a bit fat. I'm a fat person. See, I am quite obese. So I don't think my fingers fit on this mouse pad thing. I break them quite a lot and quite easily. Anyways, the unit standard you started off with comes from level 3, NQF level 3, and the title is 119457, and it's all about interpreting and using information from text. So we did some practicals this morning. I'll be referring to a few of them quite a lot of times, and absolutely key. I do want that you guys also I do want that you guys also reflect, because now you've done the training here. The unit standard basically makes sure that you're able to use a range of reading and viewing strategies to understand the literal meaning of text. So a good example of this, we did discuss the elephants and the buffaloes. So that is a way of writing that requires a skill at interpreting. So you are then going to read it and understand what they are not saying by reading what they are saying. On top of that, then there are strategies that you use for extracting implicit messages in text, and that's what you discussed last week. And then on top of that, you need to then respond to those texts. But how you respond to those texts must be in a manner that is appropriate to the context. So again, I'm setting an example with the hippos and the elephants. Someone comes and says, yeah, even a lion will not take you out of this one. You mustn't be like, I'm not a game ranger and I don't deal with lions. So definitely a lion's not going to help. You are out of context in that scenario, right? So in you responding to the text, you must respond in a manner that is appropriate to the context. It must show your understanding. I'm just setting a bad example there, but I'm hoping you're getting my meaning in its literal sense, right? And then, of course, you spoke about language structures and features that sort of influence how you read the text or how you look at the text. That's what this unit standard is all about. In session 1, you guys discussed unfamiliar words. What are unfamiliar words? Give me one unfamiliar word.
Curriculum.
Curriculum is unfamiliar. Okay. Another one? Somebody else? Somebody else? Give me an unfamiliar word that you discussed, perhaps in class.
Binary.
Give me an unfamiliar word that you might want to throw at us.
Binary code.
Binary code. Okay, okay. Talk to me, colleagues.
Like
Unfamiliar words. Or maybe let me ask, what is unfamiliar? What is the definition of unfamiliar words? Maybe I need to put it that way.
Can I try?
Go ahead, sir.
I think it's a term used by people in a specific field that someone from the outside wouldn't understand.
Okay. You. All right. Binary code. Okay. I'm in IT. Maybe I should trigger Mr. Mkize to come and help that. Unfamiliar words. Words that are used by people who know better about a certain subject code. And they might use these. Someone from outside might not understand these words. To some extent, I agree with that. Okay. The other thing you discussed was ambiguous words. And then you discussed different options for those meanings, right? And then you had to relate those meanings, because a word that is ambiguous has two meanings, but the context tells you which meaning to pick. Am I making sense? An ambiguous word might have multiple meanings, but the context tells you which meaning to pick. Am I making somewhat some sense?
Yes, sir.
One yes. Are you
Yes,
comfortable
yes.
with my explanation?
Yes, we are.
Yes, sir.
So an ambiguous word used in a different context, you then know, no, this is what it means in this context. And if it is used in a different context, you must know it's not the same meaning. It's a different meaning. Same word, yes, but the context dictates which meaning we assume out of the two. And then the one other concept you must have discussed last week was the concept of main ideas and separating these from evidence, paraphrased as well or summarized. A main idea, this is the main idea. How do I then distinguish that this person is trying to give me this idea, and all subsequent statements or whatever else that is said is supporting evidence to that main idea? Does anyone want to elaborate on that or add on that? Does anyone want to elaborate on that? Okay, so if someone gives you a main idea or a topic, I'll set a better example. The advert we saw of a boot, I would say that's the main idea. but it does not have any supporting aspects. You need to look at that main idea. Here's a boot, a shoe, a hiking shoe presented to you. Anything that is added or subsequently supporting what the picture is trying to advertise would be supporting evidence. Let me come back to a literal meaning. So if someone stands up and presents to you a certain topic, you should be able to look at the person is presenting. Right now, I'm talking about communication. I'm grouping all the unit standards under communication. You should be able to sort of hear Mr. X is trying to train us on communication skills. Then the different tools that I'm presenting to you, which speak to unfamiliar words, different meanings, options for ambiguous meanings to words, and all these other concepts he's speaking of. Mr. X and Mr. Sbonelo are trying to teach us communication skills. In communication skills, there are different topics that form part of communication skills. And for me to be able to communicate effectively, I need to master all these small supporting topics. I hope I'm making sense. But the main topic is communicating. Now, communicating, again, I'm supporting that same statement, comes in reading, in writing, in sign language, oral presentations. There's different ways of communication. And all these different ways of communicating come with different supporting tools and concepts that you've got to understand and master. I hope I'm making sense. The main idea is we are talking communication. Am I making sense?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask for just
Yeah.
a second. Okay, happy with that. Just give me a second. There's something I need to do. My laptop's not connected to the charger, so I need to sort that. Usuke manje ngiye ngale ne? Usuza ngapha?
Yeah.
To that side. Yeah, no, that's fine. Please just make sure the extension is connected. Thank you. Right, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to relocate from that side. There's a lot going on. I think where I am, I'll be fine. Wish me luck. Wish me luck. But this section is cold, guys. Very, very cold. Very, very cold. Right. Am I audible again? Can you hear me?
Yes,
we
sir.
can hear you, sir.
There is no echo, I hope. I hope there is no echo. If there is an echo, please do let me know. This office is rather small and cold. Right. Where was I? I was speaking of main ideas. Now, the important thing about main ideas is consistently, you've got to pick up, this is the main idea, and then break it apart into, for me to understand this main idea, there is that, there's that, there's that, and you build on to the main idea. Then the one aspect as well that you discussed in session 1 was speaking to features of, well, let's start with the purpose of visual or graphic presentations in text, right? As well as then, of course, their features and explaining how they impact the meaning of the main topic or the main idea. Do you have anything to say? I think it's an easy topic to expand on. What would you say about visual and graphic representations in text? What would be your input around that? What is the purpose of having visual or graphic representations in text? Why do they put these when they speak or in presentations?
I think
Anybody?
it's to better help the person understand further.
It helps expanding on the understanding, right? It helps
Yes.
show or sort of put the point forward. Okay,
Because
that's one view.
a lot of people are more visual than like written information.
Okay,
So it's
more people
better
are
to
visual readers.
illustrate better when you have pictures to more act as a demonstration of whatever that you're saying.
Okay, that's Njabulo's view. Jerry, go ahead.
Sure, Mayor.
Yes, Jerry, go ahead.
Also helps for to attract attention and help deliver the message quickly and clearly. Hello.
Okay, it helps draw attention. So if you are not looking, you start looking. If you're not paying attention, you start paying attention. Okay, okay. That's Jerry's view. Anybody else?
So I don't know how to put it, but to give evidence in a way. For instance, if you were to, let's say, conduct a study,
Yes.
maybe let's say you're conducting a study of how many people are living with diabetes, for instance. The data, the one that you collect to show i-study sakhona ukuthi okay, naba bantu lana kule, like there, yeah, abantu bangakhi in this place, and how many are living with diabetes, how many aren't living with diabetes, like such, to give such evidence. I don't know how to put it, but yeah.
Okay, okay. So graphic representation will assist you in sort of maybe reducing the number of words you speak and just leaving it to how do I say it? The picture to explain everything. Okay. I think I hear you. It's used as evidence as well. So it sort of supports if you've written everything in words, putting a representation there graphically sort of helps you put your point across or supports your point even further. I think that's what she's trying to say there. And I think I agree with that. I agree with that. Okay. And then allow me, guys, to to sort of at the same time test what you guys have discussed last week. Not test per se, but just make sure you understand, right? Right. So for example, if you were to describe text that is written in an advert and text written in a newspaper, what would you say the difference is? What would you say the difference is? The type of writing in an advert and the type of writing used in an article, a newspaper article. What would you say is the difference there?
So
Go ahead.
when it comes to a newspaper, firstly, what stands out is the headline because it's big and bold, right? And then
Okay.
within the text, they try to squeeze as much information as they can, whereby in an advertisement, they choose to demonstrate what they are talking about instead of like having to squeeze all the information. I think that's, in my perspective, the difference between the two.
I agree. I agree. I'm going to push you a little bit further, Njabulo. For example, the type of writing, the type of English they use, how they put the words together. What would you say about that?
With newspapers, it's more like intriguing and formal. It
Okay.
needs like a
Okay.
person to actually read, and you can learn new words from a newspaper. But in an advertisement, it's more casual. Maybe they use a bit of slang here and there.
Hmm, 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 hmm. Okay. Okay.
It's more modern.
Somebody else? Happy with that, Njabulo? Thank you. Happy with that? Somebody else? Casual. Somebody else? What would you say? And guys, the answer to this question is not in the book. So you can page the book all you want. You will not find the answer there. Let me give you an example. Similar to what Njabulo is saying, a writer in an advert scenario would write in a persuasive way. So adding to what Njabulo is saying, a writer in an advert will be casual and light because it doesn't want you to look away, right? So he might use slang. That's what Njabulo says. He might be casual because he wants you to read what he's saying. But if you read the advert properly, you'll see the strategy is to try and get you, the purpose of that writing would be to get you to buy from them, right? So if you're not one who likes electronic blankets, he is trying to put forward a new idea. He's putting it casually, but it's actually in a persuasive way. It might be the same with a newspaper article, but a newspaper article, it might be an argument. I'll set an example. It's someone that could be arguing with a certain narrative. I'm going to get a little bit political. So Mkwanazi goes onto news, onto YouTube or wherever he was providing a briefing, and he says a whole lot of things. He accuses the Minister of Police and he calls out names and criminals, and he says a lot, right? They call it an expose. But now there's a news journalist or a journalist generally that goes and says, the president on Sunday wasted our time. He's setting up a new commission of inquiry. I know I'm talking politics, and all of you right now are like, we don't know what you're talking about. But the president had a family meeting on Sunday, and it was less than 11 minutes. Everyone is now upset. Everyone is now upset. After the president had that briefing or that family meeting, everyone's like, what a waste of our 11 minutes. Another commission of inquiry that will do absolutely nothing. No one will get arrested. This thing will be brushed under the carpet again. Now, a newspaper or a journalist goes and writes an article and tries and defends what the president has done. So it might be a narrative that everyone is sort of against or understands. Even if he is in support of everyone's view, not everyone writes an article. So that article might be worded in such a way that it is sort of in argument with, well, in support or against a certain view. So it might be a different set of words that are used there. The other aspect out of a newspaper article, it might just be an article written to inform, right? So this person is writing to put a certain main idea forward, making sure that the reader understands what this main idea is about. But the viewpoint is that of the journalist or the writer. I hope I'm making sense. You might relate this and say it will be the same with the writer of an advert, because the writer of an advert wants to sell you something he believes works. I'm not sure, by the way. Do the people who advertise all these things believe in what they advertise, or they just do it for the money? Do they believe in these things that they sell? So if is the ambassador for Mercedes, do you know these ambassadors for brands?
Yeah, they just do it for the money.
Give me one ambassador you know. What do we call it? Is it an ambassador? What do they call themselves?
Now they call them influencers.
Influencers. Okay. Give me one that I would possibly know.
Big Zulu.
Big Zulu. What is he influencing? What is he an ambassador of?
Kavela.
He's a marketing Kavela. He's a brand
Yes.
ambassador for Kavela.
Yes.
You? I didn't know that. Okay, that's one. Does he really believe in Kavela? Or he just likes free stuff from Kavela.
He does believe in Kavela. It has always been his dream to be the ambassador
Of Kavela. Okay, interesting. Another brand ambassador or influencer, I don't know what they are called.
Jessica Nkosi with Volvo.
What is he? What is she ambassadoring?
Volvo. The car.
The car.
Yes.
Is it? Okay. Does she believe in Volvo or she just enjoys free rides? Do you think she likes the car?
Free rides. No one really likes a Volvo.
That could be your own opinion, my good sir. Maybe people here love Volvo.
I love Volvo. Why would you say that?
You see, I told you.
So what you're saying is that you would have a Volvo as your first car?
Yeah.
That's what he just said.
Yeah.
You're not pulling any hands. No way.
Now the thing is now, looking at the situation we're living on here, and checking the percentage of cars being stolen, Volvo has never been there.
No one steals a Volvo.
If you can go check the stats, no one has ever stolen Volvo. It's safe
Because no one likes it.
But here is someone who likes it and he has a reason for it. Yes. I like the reason. So I buy a Volvo because it will never be stolen. Unlike the Polo you like, they will even steal the lights on a Polo. Even the emblem, they steal on a Polo. So why would I buy a Polo? Okay, I hear you. So those are the opinions we're putting forward in terms of all the communication skills that we're speaking of. You look at text writing and you understand the underlying purpose of writing that particular text. It would be absolutely important. You must understand. So for example, the person who is selling Volvo, but we are trying to understand, does this one really like the Volvo? Is just, what is the objective here? Then you're able to determine, if you look at the underlying scenarios, or you use your skills to look at the writing, you're able to determine the person writing here is basically, I'm going to go political again, is an ANC member. That's why he is in support of the Commission of Inquiry set up by the president. Or this person here is is an EFF political follower. That is why he's writing against the ANC. So the purpose of the writer, you will be able to determine, looking at the type of writing, what is being said in the writing, and looking at the skills, you're able to understand, why am I reading this article? Am I reading it so that I understand some new information, learn from this article? Or am I reading this article so that I sort of get changed from my own view into a different view? What is it that I am seeing as a reader on this particular text? I hope I'm making sense, colleagues. Now, we're going to, I'm repeating what you've done last week, so I'm not going over everything again. I'm just saying it in different ways. One thing that you will find politicians always use, they use bombastic words. I call them bombastic words. They like very big words there. Okay. The one thing that you've got to do when you read is identify unfamiliar words, right? Identify unfamiliar words. How do you resolve an issue? Because if, for example, someone uses unfamiliar words, you might lose understanding of whatever the writer is putting across. How do you resolve unfamiliar words? You come across a bombastic word. How do you resolve that, or how do you overcome that?
You open the dictionary.
like you can use Google, or you can try to understand the context of what's written. Then that's when you'll be able to some sort of like understand the word, or try to see like how it fits to the concept context.
Google, dictionary, what else? Talk to me, guys. Google, dictionary, what else?
Say WhatsApp AI, I think. Name nani manje chat GPT.
Chat GPT.
DeepSeek.
First time I hear this one. What is DeepSeek?
It's an AI.
Okay, okay. You are my children indeed. You are all my children. I agree with you. And I can tell you guys are very much advanced. Only one person said dictionary. The rest of the things you said, they were not in existence 10 years ago. WhatsApp AI, DeepSeek.
You have to keep
Well,
up with the times.
yeah. Guys, come back. All right, come back.
You can even use the context clues.
Context clues.
Like looking at the words and sentences around the unfamiliar words.
Yeah. I'm going to take it down to base levels, right? Unfamiliar words. We use skills like word attack skills. So, for example, if you read a word or you read a sentence and it doesn't make sense, break it down into the different words. Understand each word and put it in the right context. The last speaker speaks of context clues. You can look at the context. It will help you deduce the meaning of that unfamiliar word. The one word I used the last time I was here was propagate. Now, if you understand, I think what I said was want to propagate the formative assessment. So what we did before we started this morning, or the first thing we did this morning, was we propagated matters on the formative assessment. What do you think that statement means? You have to break down that statement. Mr. X came this morning and we propagated issues on the formative assessment. In simple words, what would you say there? If I were to assume you're not familiar with the word propagate, what would you deduce I'm trying to say?
I can say, sir, maybe we discussed or we went through.
Okay. I agree with that. What else? We propagated matters in the formative assessment before we
I
started
can
with the
also
presentation.
say maybe is to spread or pass on ideas, beliefs, or information.
That's too deep. Please say it again. I need to understand it.
Is to spread or pass on ideas, beliefs, or information.
Hi, Gwazi, that's too advanced. Gwazi, whilst I have you on the mic, please find the dictionary meaning of the word propagate. You can use the tools you guys have highlighted, which is Google. And when you're done, let me know, Gwazi. Right? So that's one way of doing this. And you guys have got more options. In the formative assessment, please use all the options you've given us, right? But also add a dictionary. There's another thing called a thesaurus. Speaking to the wrong crowd here. Thesaurus. What is a thesaurus?
So you said propagate, right, sir?
Propagate, yes.
It's to spread and promote an idea or theory, etc., widely.
Okay. That's Njabulo's dictionary meaning of the word propagate. It supports Gwazi's input. Did you find a different one, Gwazi?
No, this one says propagate is a verb that has few related meanings depending on the context.
It is what related?
It is a verb that has a few related meanings depending on the context.
Does it continue to expand on that?
No.
It leaves it at that.
Yes.
Okay. So basically the word I've used, I think, was his definition is exactly why I say this is an unfamiliar word. And some of us can think we know this word. But if you look at what Kwazi's saying, and that's why I use this word, it can be used in different scenarios. And I always hear it in funny circumstances, and I'm like, what is this person trying to say? It becomes an unfamiliar word each time it is said, and I have to listen to it in context for me to understand what is this person trying to say. We are propagating to the funeral. What is this one trying to say? We are going. Oh, okay. But I used it in a different way. So there are many ways of looking at the word propagate, and it is a tricky word for me all the time, but the context always helps me to understand it. So I'm combining two things here in explaining and identifying unfamiliar words. Hope I'm making sense. I did ask what the thesaurus is, right? Thesaurus is a bigger dictionary. I think I've explained what the thesaurus is. Right? Other tools that you can use to sort of decode, I'm using difficult words here now, to decode unfamiliar words, use a bilingual dictionary. So find a dictionary that explains something in your mother tongue as well as in English, right? Mother tongue and in English. That will help you understand what the word means. The ordinary dictionary as well. Then there's a skill I want to give to you guys, syntax. For you to understand unfamiliar words, use syntax, right? Now, syntax, and I'm not going to lie to you, if you listen to us, myself, Mr. Sbonelo's presentation as well, we want to change how you speak. We want you to understand when you put together a sentence, don't just say, I'm going to the loo. You must speak and you must have thought about what you say. And my key all the time is, if you've got nothing to say, don't say it to me. If you've got nothing to say, avoid saying anything. If you've got nothing to say, don't say it. Don't say it at all. However, once you've got something to say, structure it purposefully. That is the objective of our communication skills here. Once you've got something to say, don't just put it across and get it over and done with. For example, I always say, if I see you typing, WhatsApp allows me to see that you're typing, right? I'm always praying for someone that will write, and this thing will sort of spark interest in me. I must be able to see this person thought about what they're writing. This person put together these words strategically. Don't just put words across. That's what we're trying to do. And syntax is a way of resolving these issues. Syntax is a set of rules in the formation of sentences. We are propagating now to the cemetery. I had to think about what I want to say. It's not just I picked the word out of nowhere and I threw it in there, right? Put the right structures in your sentence. For instance, the way your nouns and verbs follow each other in there shouldn't be just like everyday communication. Do it strategically. Think about it. The least that you can do is put them in the correct order. I hope I'm putting that mind in your head as well. That idea in your head to say the least you can do is put them in the right order. Verbs, nouns, adjectives, all of those word structures, please use them the right way. Your sentence must make sense. I hope I'm making sense, colleagues.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes,
the
sir.
one thing that I always avoid doing, for example, I always avoid, before someone speaks, I always avoid thinking I understand what this person is saying. Right? I always want to wait for you to speak and finish. This makes sense in terms of word attack skills in a way that says, if you see a picture, if you see a table of contents, if you see a map and a diagram, right? Before you sort of do anything else, take notes, write down what you are observing initially at a first glance. Take notes. Or even if you are not taking a note on a pen and a paper, imagine what you are seeing and take note. I'm thinking this is what I'm seeing. And then compare afterwards. Once you know the fact, what it is that you actually saw. The reality versus your assumption. Those are word attack skills. When a sentence is first said, there is something you might assume it is saying, but once the sentence is complete, if you are speaking to that person, that sentence might mean something completely different. For you to achieve that skill, you must be a good listener. When you read a sentence at first glance, that's why when you pass exams, when you pass at university, a lot of times there is this methodology of what do you call it? Read. No, it's not even read. Where you go and write the exam. After writing the exam, you've forgotten everything you passed. Pass the exam and you get a distinction. Cram, pass, and forget. That's the strategy you guys used in matric. When you get to university, that strategy needs to sort of, well, from university and beyond, that strategy doesn't work for you because anything you are taught, you must put into implementation. So if you've forgotten anything you've been trained after university, you might just become a problematic professional in the work environment. Because when we train you, we're training you so that you are putting whatever you're being trained on into practice. But if you are just a cram pass and forget type of person, you cause problems because you don't know anything. We'll always be battling. What is this one trying to do? This is not what we trained this one to do. Anyways, moving right along. So absolutely key, when you read certain, I'll go back to communication at work. When you read an email, don't rush to respond. Analyze the email. Take time. Reread the email. Send your response or draft your response and make sure you are sort of factual in how you respond to the email. Don't just read and say, Kola sent me an email, I'm responding. Might not work. Other people, well, I think someone in the session said many people are visual thinkers, right? If you put a picture, they see it better than all the words that you are using to say the same thing, right? Now, when you put images together as well, you must make sense. So the layout of your pictures, images, must make sense. So for example, I always give credit to people who do cartoons and do sketches and such. Because putting a cartoon, and I remember this because when I was little, I used to open a newspaper and rush straight to, there was a cartoon called Haga the Horrible, was it Haka the Horrible or Great? I can't remember. You guys remember a cartoon like that? Back in the days when newspapers were for sale at a shop.
No.
Haka the Horrible. I would always look at those sketches and I'd be like, these are telling me something. And putting that together for it to make sense, the cartoon we looked at today as well, it would not have made sense if there was no graphic of a paper exchanging hands. This graphic didn't make sense to me. We create PowerPoint presentations every day. What you put and design into a PowerPoint presentation must make sense. So you don't just take a boot and put it on the presentation and then you expect us to, it must make sense. So that's a skill you need to learn and advance. Another important aspect is, guys, please ask questions. I hope I'm making sense. Always ask questions. I'd rather be the idiot that didn't understand what was said than the fool that walked away thinking I know what I'm going to do, but I didn't understand what was said. I'd rather be an idiot and ask, sorry, can you please repeat that? Can you please explain that? I want to understand what you're saying. Am I making sense?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
The
sir.
presentation
Yes,
is
sir.
being delivered, take notes. When the presentation is over, ask questions. In my circles, my social circles, the joke is everyone always just says, after asking a question and someone responded, we laugh. And then we say, shame. You are answering the wrong question. Correct answer, but you are answering the wrongest question. The one thing people are battling with in life is answering questions sufficiently. For example, if you ever greet me in person and say, how are you, Mr. X? You'll never hear me saying, I'm fine. If it happens that I'm saying I'm fine, you must know I'm not concentrating on your greeting. I'm probably disturbed. Never. It will never happen. People never answer the questions that are asked because of the simplicity we put to things. Someone asks a question, you are not even listening to the question, and when you respond, you miss the point. So it's important that when someone is asking a question, now I'm speaking to you guys, please answer the question, understand what the person was asking, and address their question sufficiently. Take notes when someone is asking a question. Respond to the main reason the person is asking a question. I hope I'm making sense. If you're reading a certain article, you must understand what is the main idea. And if you've got questions, try and answer them as you read the text, or ask the questions as you read the text. I hope I'm making sense. Make sure you answer all relevant questions. One thing I always advise people is if you're listening to understand, you must always try and rephrase or paraphrase what was said. Retell and summarize what was said. One thing I battle with myself personally is when people speak, I try and intake what they're saying and I make it make sense in my life experiences. I try and link it up with other forms of communication, perhaps texts. I checked, is the subject familiar? The style of writing, is it familiar? Are there any similarities with something I've read before? Do I have some prior knowledge on this? If yes, what is my knowledge and what is this particular article trying to say to me? Am I making sense? All
Yes,
these
sir.
things are
Yeah,
things you
yes,
put
sir.
together in trying to understand texts that are written and communication that you are considering or reading or listening to. There's audiobooks nowadays. make sure that you use the same techniques to make sure you understand it. Even an audiobook, when you listen to it, make sure you take down notes and questions. Okay. There are many techniques that I can speak of. For example, if you want to understand some of these things, unfamiliar words, for example, pronounce them, say them yourself. There are a few words that I only understand when I try and pronounce them myself. I don't know what they are called. Tongue twisters. I enjoy playing around with tongue twisters. And a word that is a tongue twister for me might be easy for you, right? But for me to understand that tongue twister, I need to say it myself. Then I'm able to determine what the speaker is trying to say. In many of the languages that we use, right? There are words that we borrow from other languages, right? There are words that we borrow from other languages. Those words could also become somewhat unfamiliar words. More than anything, those words could become problematic to us. You might not understand those words. They are borrowed. For example, and I'm going to laugh after asking this question, what do you guys use to bath this morning? Okay, sorry. Can you only respond if you did bath? I work from home. Now let's see how many people bathed. No one's going to answer this question because all of you didn't bath.
So we wake up at 6 a.m.
Oh, man, never. Who?
So I wake up at 6.
Ngeke, I refuse.
Let me show you my alarm.
Ngeke, there is no such. Colleagues, what did you use to bath this morning?
Water.
What did you use? I think that was
Water.
Afrikaans. Water. That's in Atlanta. In Atlanta, used water. Okay?
Water.
Water. Okay, that's Afrikaans. That's the word I heard. Wazi, what did you use to bath this morning? Water and what?
Soap.
Soap. That's not chili, I think.
So can you see?
And see, let me close this. You just created that thing, Jabulu.
No, sir, I've been flashing, sir. These are my
never,
alarm clocks.
never. Created just now, quick fast those ones. Okay, what did you put the soap on? And by the way, you see, there is no answers here. Bolufuno didn't bath.
Face cloth.
Mama Tamsanga didn't bath.
I answered. I said soap, sir. You use
Didn't
face
bath
cloth.
this one. Pindile, no bathing.
I don't shower in the morning, sir. I only shower at night.
Ooh, you see, confessions are coming out. There is no bathing in the morning here. You see someone you think they bath, can't they just look smart and came to class and came to work? Zizipo, you used water and soap. What did you put the soap on? Last year in December when you were bathing, Zizipo, it's fine. Tell us, what did you use? Water, soap, and what?
Bath salt.
Bath salt as well. I wonder what bath salt does. Never tried that. How many of you used a Vaslab?
Me, sir.
Couple of hands are starting to fly. Of course, when I say you bathed last year in December, now you remember, yeah, I bathed in Christmas to wear my Christmas clothes. Vaslab, what word is Vaslab?
Isn't it African?
So why are we using it every day? Hey, please bring my
So
Vaslab.
I think it was love to Africans.
Yes, I agree, it's Afrikaans. But you guys use it every day. You say, what other word do you use for your verse lab? What is your verse lab called?
Chitavula.
Mm.
It's cloth
It's towel.
or towel.
Yini, what is it in your mother tongue? Why are you using
Chitavula.
Chitaura? That is towel. English. Chitaura. Towel. Borrowed from English. Vasla. Borrowed from Afrikaans. What is it in your mother tongue? Tell me. Tell me.
In
Silence
Malay,
in
we say
class.
still vaslap. In
Well,
Sotho, it's still
the Vaslap
vaslap.
is Afrikaans. It's not your mother tongue.
Yeah, we borrowed it, which means say.
But what's so to the add another extra word?
Say again.
In so to the add an extra word at the back.
What is it?
Vaslapa. That pa is the
Way.
important part.
Vaslap. Okay. Those are borrowed words. So as well, these borrowed words, you sort of use them. And they might be spelled differently and all of that. And you guys might think these words are now your mother tongue. No. Vaslap is not Zulu. It's not Xhosa. It's not Swati. It's not it's Afrikaans. Vas means bath. Lap, it's a towel. I don't know what lap means in Afrikaans, but that's a combination of two words. Vas, lap. And I'll give you another one. If you're not using a mop to clean the floor, what do you use?
Skroplap.
Scrap.
Iskoropo. Iskoropo.
I give up.
Chikoropo.
These guys don't have their own mother tongues. They're busy borrowing words from other languages. Okay, that is the point I'm putting across. So a lot of the words that we use are borrowed as well. And that's a technique that we use in sort of understanding whatever sentences are put together. Then you understand, for example, Vaslap. I think some of you might have forgotten that it's actually two words. So I'm reminding you that to understand the statement, I have to then understand Vaslap. It's a borrowed word, and understand, break down that word into its different bits and pieces, and so that you understand what is being said, understand each and every word. Other things that you can use colloquialism, you can use slang, you can use a whole lot of different dialects. And for example, something that was mentioned in my class, you can use jargon. So I like using jargon a lot of times because I love looking at people who don't hear me, but they claim they understand what I said. So I will sit in a meeting, of course, not at this level. Here I'm training you guys, and you guys are my friends. I don't want to confuse you. I want you to pass the assessment. But if I sit with you and we're having drinks, and by drinks I mean Coca-Cola and Sprite, and that, I might just decide to use jargon. And I might end up, by the time we're done talking, I might end up having decided I will never talk to you again. Because I used a lot of jargon and you didn't understand anything I said, but you responded. And your response is what told me you did not understand anything I said. Right? How did I know that? Because I used jargon intentionally and you responded incorrectly, and internally I laughed at you, and then I made a decision. This one thinks he's smart. I'm never going to talk to this one again. You understand what I'm saying here? There is a way that I use my language skills, my communication skills, both to understand what people are saying and also to put forward a certain point as well. I might be intentional in confusing you and you might not be aware. So you've got to learn all these skills in writing, in reading, so that you understand what is being said, what is being communicated, and make sure you make progress in either responding or reading, understanding what is being put forward. So you need reading skills. You need analytical reading skills. That's what this unit standard is trying to suggest to you. In the article about villagers, it's absolutely key for you to read that article and understand exactly what that article is trying to put across. There's a lot of interesting things in that article, and I can't wait to read the assessments and pick up if you picked up all those aspects there. The one thing that you need to also learn is summarizing. So for example, when you write a lot of text, summarize it, make sure you show the summarizing in a way that proves your understanding of what is being said in the article. Absolutely, absolutely important. So before you put forward, I'm going to talk about it probably later. Before you write a long essay, the one thing you need to also do is make sure that you draft your text and do not in any way just assume you understand it and you put it forward. I want to give you guys a short break and then continue, but I'm going to suggest or put to you what I'm going to talk about when you come back, and it won't be a long lesson after you come back. We'll talk about writing summaries, and we'll talk about mind maps and planning your responses to text in your mind and putting that plan down into a plan, either in black and white or sort of creating that plan in your head and then making sure you put forward a powerful response to any communication that you write. Putting together pictures, how do you do that? I think I've touched on it, but when you put them together, what should you do to make sure that what you're saying is understood? And if you want to be like me, trick people into thinking they understand, Khanti, they don't understand. So we'll discuss a little bit about those topics and a few more topics, and then we'll call it a day for today. The break I'm giving you is only 10 minutes. I'm allowing you to just take a stretch of your legs and then come back and sort of finish the session for today. Happy with that? So I'm giving you 10 minutes, literally 10 minutes. Just take a stretch of your legs before you fall asleep here. Some of you are looking like you're about to fall off your chairs. Is that fine? Do we agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. See you guys in 10 minutes. See you guys in 10 minutes. You'll tell me when you are ready to do the carpet so that I help you with water. Move that. Hey, Mr. Tebo. How's it? Hambajan. Fresh, fresh, fresh. I'm hearing there's new transport issues. Sesenzeni manje futhi. Jabul, are you awake or are you half asleep there? Worried about Jabul. One could be sleeping. This one.
So I'm still here. I'm just waiting for everyone to come back.
The way you're sitting there, I'm worried about you falling off your chair. There.
No, my eyes are big, so when they down, they look like I'm asleep.
You have big eyes. I told you guys to find something. Now we know Jabul has big eyes.
Nah, but they're really nice though. They're very seductive for all the women though. For the men, they look
Hi, bo.
intimidating.
Hi, bo. Hi, bo. Njabulo, Hawa. Beside me.
I Jabul has defeated me.
Sorry,
Completely
sir.
defeated me.
Sorry, sir. I'll use my inside voice next time.
Right. As I was saying, as I was talking about the book and the schoolwork and the work that we have to do. What is a mind map? What is a mind map? You've discussed this last week. What is a mind map?
It's when you like want to put ideas about maybe a newspaper or an article, so you put ideas on that mind map.
Okay.
It is a visual tool, used to organize information or concepts.
Okay. Visual tool. Okay. What is a mind map? What is a mind map?
I'd say it's a guide.
It's a guide. I'm listening. It is a guide. I hear that. Tell me more. Tell me more.
Yes, to add upon what you said, it is a visual tool used to organize ideas, thoughts, information around a central topic.
Around a central topic.
Yes.
Okay. Just give me a second. I'll be back now. Just a sec. All right. Sorry about that. I am back. A mind map. So a visual tool. I'm hearing the inputs. I'm seeing Talifani is here. Talifani, good afternoon. Talifani, good afternoon. How do I pronounce your name properly, Talifani? Are you there? Nanhlanhla, your hand is up. Please take it down. Talifani, second warning, I'm going to remove you from the session if you don't respond. Nhlanhla, please lower your hand. Talifani, please unmute. Last warning, Talifani, please respond. Okay, there goes Talifani. There was no one there anyways. Right. So we talk of mind maps. The reason I find mind maps to be quite useful, I think more to the support of your inputs there. It's quite essential to plan before you put forward a draft of any form of communication. And the mind map certainly starts off with a main idea. And if you remember my input from earlier, you shouldn't say anything if you've got nothing to say, right? That's one. Two, then if you've got something to say, put it forward structurally, strategically. Don't just babble it, mumble it out of your control into someone's, into your audience, either reading, eyesight, or ear. Must be strategic. Mind map helps you plan for that communication, especially if you're going to be a writer. You might not always be able to put down a mind map, but it also will, for example, if I look at your mind map, it might be a whole lot of communication in itself. Because if I look at your mind map, I might be able to understand what you are trying to put forward as your main idea. I hope I'm making sense. I really hope I'm making sense.
Yes, sir.
So sometimes what you are putting forward in terms of your writing, if you put forward, for example, as part of your attachments in that writing, your mind map, it might give me an easy, quick way of understanding everything you've got to say in your, in your article. So please learn and understand how to write a mind map. I believe you discussed that last week as well. Pictures and drawings. I'm going to try and summarize that conversation by one, starting off with a bad example. If you want to build a house, how do you tell the constructing team what you want? You give them a plan. Or you sit with the team and you draw up a plan. Yes, I agree. If you are building a house, a lot can still go wrong. But if the plan is there, you can always go back to the plan and say, you made a mistake here. The door is not supposed to be here. The door is supposed to be here. That plan tells you the foundation is how many meters into the ground, how many meters above the ground. When do you start putting in your ground level? When do you start putting in your bricks and raising the walls? When do you put in? So your plan is everyone's point of reference. I hope I'm making sense. So a plan, a graphic representation of what you actually want to live in if you're building a house to stay in. A plan also sort of allows us to get into your mind and see, or a graphic picture or a picture that you paint allows us to get into your mind and see things the way you see them. Summarizing, but I'm hoping you're getting the way that I'm putting things forward in a way that makes sense. A picture or a graphic representation of text deals with us lazy readers. If I see a picture, I'm quick to deduce meaning out of what I see compared to reading. The other ways of putting forward similar representations, graphic representations, Those other ways include graphs, pie charts, spider diagrams, and so on and so forth. I always say all these diagrams help us, for example, help us represent statistics. I'm going to talk numbers. I'm not going to lie. I live in South Africa. Every time someone says numbers, we listen carefully, right? If I write 1 million here, everyone can write or can read 1M. But how many zeros does 1 million have? No hands will go up, no responses. How many zeros are in a million?
6.
Are you sure?
6, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, 6.
Yes.
How do I write 1,020,000? 1,020,000. Mm.
6 zeros.
Okay. The point I'm trying to put forward is if you represent statistics using a graph
What
and
did you
you
say,
don't
sir?
force us to read the numbers, we understand in South Africa. But the moment you read money, all the politicians that have tried to read money to us, we ended up being very confused. But if you put it in a graphic, a graph, for example, we're able to see, bar graph, we're able to see, we're able to understand, interpret, and ask questions, follow-up questions, and understand exactly what you are saying. Colleagues, I hope I'm making sense.
Yes,
There's
sir.
2 aspects that I'm putting forward. A mind map is for planning. You plan and you put your plan into a graphic, a mind map, and it allows you to then draft your response or your text. And by the way, I'm not marketing a mind map, but if you want to remember ideas, for example, you still don't know you have the main idea. Let's say, example, it's a business idea. Put it down in a mind map. The idea is an internet cafe. Supporting ideas is, how are you going to make money here? You're going to provide printer services. How are you going to make money here? You're going to provide internet services. How are you going to make money here? You're going to sell computers. So those are the smaller ideas. You put your mind map, internet cafe, but in the internet cafe, you also want to have a computer shop and to have printing service. You want to provide and design business cards. So you put those smaller ideas, they all fit into this. Then you break it down further. In this idea of mine of selling computers, you also have supporting ideas, and everything eventually builds one big idea. Then later on, you can come back and now delve deeper into each and every idea. I hope I'm making sense. So a mind map, ladies and gentlemen, is actually good for planning, but also it can be used to sort of quickly jot down notes, create your plan, what you want to say, and then you start building whatever your response is, looking at your mind map. Am I making sense? Okay. I'm looking at the slide I'm currently sharing. Do you see what I'm sharing? It's an article. I'm seeing there, part of this particular article, there are structures that have been put there. They are all my children. I wonder what that means. That person decided on a topic for the article, right? Look at the structure of the writing there. There's paragraphs. Sentences, are they long? Are they short? There's a bit of an image. There's a flag. All these things come back, they put together, or when you put all those things together, you basically come eventually to what you are looking at as an article. There is planning that went into that particular article. Absolutely important to note that. You want to put together writing similar to this, you definitely need to apply your mind to it. You can't just come here and you put forward a piece of writing and you haven't planned and you haven't strategized around how you put your words forward. So please take note of what we are referring to in this particular conversation here. Give me, colleagues, just a second. I've told the people that are busy calling me to stop calling me. Forgive me, colleagues. They want assistance from the office. But I'm hoping they will get that without calling me directly. All right. So I put forward the article here, and that article I'm basically saying it's a sample of a piece of writing. By the way, I find this interesting to be this article to be quite intriguing. Have you read it? What is it about? I'm sure you've read this article. It's part of your formative assessment. What is the article about? What did you pick up out of it?
The first picture or the second picture, sir?
Let's start with the first one.
Okay. What is
They
the
are all my
article?
children.
What is the article about?
Yes.
The article is about a teacher. It's about a teacher not thinking. We've done this. I just want to remember what I said or what we all just said.
Okay.
A teacher that will miss her students, because to her it's her children by a certain year.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else? What did you pick up here? Anyone else? Guys, you did these articles. They're part of your assessment, I believe. They're in the learner guide as well, by the way. Silence in court. Silence in court. Okay. Yeah. That is fine. So in writing an article similar to this, ladies and gentlemen, there is a whole lot that you've got to deduce. So, for example, I want to move on to a couple of other concepts, right? The person that wrote this article probably has a source. Where did they get their information? The owner of the story, they could have experienced this, but most of the time when you write pieces of article, you have to find a source, right? And we have to determine, I think, to some extent, possible bias, right? You must check, where is this source, where is this text coming from, who wrote this text, and sort of look at, can we trust this text? Is it reliable? Can the source of the text be trusted? As you read the article, you must look at attitudes, must look at beliefs, intentions, the purpose why this text was written, right? Techniques used to write the text. Excuse me. Figure out the different techniques. I think we've discussed a whole lot of them in this conversation that we used to put together a text, right? Why are we writing that text? Going again to refer you to examples I've set, and I'll use these examples all through I thought them out because I want to use them all through this particular module. So another aspect you've got to look at, ladies and gents, is if you are reading the text, you've got to look at all these concepts as I just put them forward. Understand all of them. The example I said earlier that I want to refer to is a politician writing an article, or not a politician rather, but a journalist writing an article. I'm able to determine in some instances, for example, maybe if this person is EFF, if this person is pro-ANC, if this person is DA or any other political party, I'm able to determine using these different tactics. You've got to be able to analyze written material. Hope I'm making sense. Be able to understand what the author means.
Yes, sir.
Be able to understand the argument at hand, if it's an argument, and put yourself in the position of the author in analyzing what you're putting, what they are putting forward. A lot of times, this is where explicit comes in versus explicit, right? Explicit would mean clear and quite detailed, but implicit means suggested. So there's a lot of things that are said in an implicit way in writing. You've got to then be able to analyze and deduce that. In an article where things are not stated explicitly, you must be able to see what the author is trying to put forward. Long sentences normally don't make sense. But there is a reason why a sentence is long. And if there is no reason a sentence is long, meaning is lost. I just said a lot there. Long sentences sort of confuse the reader. But sometimes long sentences are necessary. And the reason they are necessary is because then to make sense, they are unfortunately long. But if your sentence is unnecessarily long, you've lost the reader. Losing the reader means you are not making sense. How do you make sure a sentence is not long? A sentence must just make sense. You are putting forward an idea, you are putting forward a statement in a sentence, express it and avoid prolonging the sentence for no reason. Right? I hope I'm making sense.
Yes, sir.
If you say, The accident happened as I crossed the road. That might make sense to everyone who hears it and someone who reads it. If you say, my dog was run over and Vin Diesel visited South Africa, it's a long statement and it makes very little sense. Why don't you just tell us you're distracted, and whilst you're distracted, your dog tried to cross the road and got hit by it? My dog was run over and Vin Diesel visited South Africa. You're leaving us with more questions than answers. Right? You put forward a sentence, even if it is short, if it does not make sense, you leave us with more questions than understanding. Okay. Once you put together sentences, of course, the structures or strategies that you put or use in that. And I'm not going to go back to your metric education, linguistics there. So for example, I'll use verbs, nouns, pronouns, and that. But I'll say something very fun. There is one word that everyone seems to think exists. What is the meaning of the word irregardless? Can someone please tell me? The word irregardless. Does it exist even?
Irregardless.
Irregardless. Is it a word? Johannes is very
So
good.
I know regard.
I don't think the word irregardless exists. I think you wanted to say regardless.
Yeah.
Okay. Johannes and Lufuno agree. Guys, have you not heard people saying irregardless?
We have.
Oh, so I'm not crazy.
Yes, you're not crazy, sir.
What does the word irregardless mean?
Isn't it like a made-up word?
What do you mean?
Because even if you search irregardless, there's no meaning for irregardless. It's just regardless.
So where is the error?
The iri in the regardless. Because doesn't it mean the same thing, just that that one is a bit longer?
No, it's actually a contradiction of itself. Because if you say regardless, you are basically saying the opposite of regardless, which means you're saying regardful. With regards to. If you say irregardless, the way you're structuring that word, you are saying with regards to, because regardless means without regard. But the moment you add an E, you are then saying this is with regards to. Now, the person who is using the word irregardless is just throwing a lot of confusion in the air, because why don't you say with regards to? That makes sense. Whereas you are now creating a word irregardless. There is no word such as irregardless, in my belief anyways. I'm surprised
why
you
do
guys
people use
agree
it
with
then?
me here. Many people disagree with me and they say the word irregardless exists. Do you have any other such example? Any other word that you have that shouldn't exist but is in use? Can you think of a word like that? Okay, let me bore you further. Yes, Johannes, go ahead.
No, I don't think I have any, sir.
So I've just been creative, guys. Picked up a word that I hear a lot, irregardless. I always look at myself, I'm like, think I know too much. I must stop knowing too much. How do you say irregardless? What do you mean even? And I'm telling you now, many people say the word exists and it's a real word. I'm not going to talk about the language isipitori. Those people in Pretoria create their own words. The words they use don't exist in Pretoria. And I'm happy you guys come from Johannesburg South, Midrand, and you don't. Pretoria people are just out of this world. Anyways, before they show up, let me keep quiet.
Have you heard people from the Val?
What do they speak like?
They speak Sotho, but the Val version of Sotho.
Oh, lo.
There's a lot
Exactly
of
the people in Pretoria. Exactly the problem we have in Pretoria. They speak
but
Setswana, but this Setswana doesn't make sense. Another language that always confuses me, I've stopped listening to music that is sung by Xhosa people. Sorry, Xhosa people, you don't make sense. Xhosa people, you don't make sense at all. The music is even worse. You sing along. When you discover what the song is saying, you are shocked. You want to sit down and sing and dance. You just want to know that song is wrong, completely wrong. Anyways, moving right along. I want to link up what I'm saying with what we know as punctuation. I don't know where and how, but our punctuation uses, good people, are very different. There's people that look at a comma and just like a stop sign on the road, they don't see that comma. They continue reading like there was never a comma. There's people that don't understand the difference between a colon and a semicolon. These people are here. They're in this class. I am looking at them on their video now. They are here. If I say colon, what am I referring to, for example? What is the difference? How do you write a colon and how do you write a semicolon? By the way, I used to say semicolon. Semicolon. The semi thing as a semicolon, semicolon. How do you write a colon? How do you write a semicolon?
So a colon is the one that has two dots, and the other one is the one that has dots and a comma.
Okay. Should I bother asking what's the difference between the two?
Yes, so you may ask if you want to.
People are going to fall off the chair. Go to your learner guide in page 52. You'll find the difference between a colon and a semicolon. Okay. Another point of confusion. What is a full stop and what is a period? Is it the same thing? Is it two different things? Now, when you speak, all of you, and when you fight with your boyfriend and your girlfriend, there's more women in my class than there is men. You guys say, yeah, I'm not going there, period. What does that mean?
Means end of story.
Full stop.
Full stop.
But I just asked, what is the difference between a period and a full stop? And you guys
Which
didn't have
means
an
there's no
answer.
difference.
You see what we're trying to refer to here? So punctuation is used differently, and people don't see and realize some of these mistakes in punctuation. Someone says period. By the way, I'm not supporting Jabulo's view, but after saying, I'm not going there, period, she gets on a taxi, pays 15 rands, and she goes exactly where she said she's not going. Then you're like, but you said you're not going. What changed now? Anyways, I'm going to move along before I get in trouble with these ladies in this class. There are many of these things. Now, we talk about features and structures, including punctuation, tactics that we use in communication to put forward a certain idea, and you've always got to understand them for what they are. use them for what they need to be used for. I hope I'm making sense. Okay. Before I go to the last section where I'm going to ask you guys if you've got any questions for me, and I want to close today's session, right?
So
I'm going to just, yes, go ahead.
I think I know what a colon and a semicolon is now.
What is a colon? What is a semicolon?
I think a colon is, it introduces something. Just like after it follows, there has to be like a point or like a summarization of something.
Okay.
Then a semicolon, it joins the sentence together, I think. I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay.
But it was
So
long, yo.
you've got somewhat a point. You've got somewhat a point. Now, the important thing, or maybe let me not sell it out. Guys, please go and check what the difference between the two is, between a colon and a semicolon. And I beg of you, please, 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 do me the favor of using them correctly. Some of you call a colon a full stop on top of a full stop. I always laugh at people that say that. Two full stop on top of each other. Like, okay. A full stop on top of a comma. Interesting. Please find out what they mean. I'm thinking I'm running away from interpreting it for you guys so that you guys can sort of go and find it there. Okay, going to run away before I give away the answer. Two topics I want to speak about tomorrow. I've started hinting at what I want to say, but responding to text in a manner appropriate to the context. That's what we'll talk about, bias, ambiguity, and that. We have already discussed it. I'm just going to expand on it tomorrow. How language structures and features may influence a reader or a viewer. Spoken about this, I'm going to give you a quick illustration of what I'm saying. If I write a text in WhatsApp and it is in capital letters, what does it mean? Johannes?
It means that this means that you're angry or the situation is gone bad.
I like how we are putting it. The situation has gone bad.
Yes.
Like if I say to you, come to class now in capital letters, you know the situation is not looking good. When you get to class, you're not going to find me smiling, most likely. Right? You take it from how that was put forward. There is bolding in writing an email. When you write an email in bold, it also has the same connotation. It might mean you are shouting. Someone is saying something. I'm listening. Ufuna ukubonani, Mr. Mkhize? And then he mutes. That's Mr. Samuel. Yeah, you'll pay us lunch.
Sorry, sir.
All right. I think that was an error. Right. Now, importantly, when you write text in bold and you underline text, when you use visual aids, all these things in how you structure your emails, your writings, they all sort of to some extent mean something, and you must be intentional around how you do that. The image I'm sharing, for example, I think that article that says they're all my children, right, has an interesting sort of connotation for me. They are all my children. Find that to be nice and interesting there in itself, to be honest. And I wish we had time we were going to read what that article is all about. And I was going to show you guys exactly what I'm saying I'm finding interesting there, but we don't have much time. So I'm going to run away from doing that. And then importantly as well, there are other features that form part of structure, how you write your words, how you put together sentences, how you use symbols. Earlier, someone spoke about a tone and how it influences how a certain gender reacts. I'm trying to avoid getting in trouble with this gender. So I'm going to leave it at that for now. But we know what this guy said in this class about how the ladies, and I'm not going to get in trouble. I like my peace. But he did say something. He did say something. I want to end my class with introducing a concept that always gets me in trouble. I like this concept and I use it quite a lot. I hope you can see my screen. This is all about bias. I think you did this last week. Mine is to start here. So if you look at here, I hope you can see my screen. So humor stated as being the quality of being amusing. Jokes are humorous. So you can text in an article, be humorous, or even a novel, long story, or parts of a novel. So you'll notice a lot of times in my presentations, I add a whole lot of that. It sort of helps me, one, keep lazy thinkers awake. And it also sort of gets my mind thinking a lot of times, and I hope it does the same too, a lot of the audiences I speak to, right? Normally, I'll say something, and I normally mean exactly the opposite. I express something, but you might think I mean this, but I actually mean something completely different. Irony. I use that a lot in many of my presentations. Your sport team lost a game badly over the weekend. On Monday morning, you discuss the game with colleagues and you say, well, they played really well. This is ironic. For example, should I mention PSG and Chelsea, the world champions, that went down just the other day?
No,
World
sir.
champions. Should I continue or should I leave this topic altogether? Someone just went yours and disappeared. Fine, I will leave the topic right there. Sarcasm. Do you see what it means? Jabulo didn't say anything about the women in this class. Didn't say anything, Jabulo.
I know, right?
That's the Jabulo I'm referring to. The one who's running away now with the ball. Interesting. Now, if you want to understand what I mean about Xhosa songs, go and listen to a song by some gentleman who sings Nomvula. It's an old song. What's that guy? Is it Nati? Go and listen to a song called Nomvula. Good luck coming back and telling me what that song means. Read and listen to all the words. Then read the lyrics. You're going to discover a whole lot of discoveries there. That song doesn't make sense, guys. Doesn't make sense at all. Anyways, I'm not going to continue for today. I'm going to call it a day. We'll expand on these topics tomorrow. And I'm hoping you guys can go out there and one, in your formative assessment, revise the answers you've given us, continue with your formative assessment, and make sure that we are putting the right or correct responses to those formative assessments. I want to stop here for today and take 3 minutes to ask you guys if you've got any questions for me. I am stopping here for the day. Have you got any questions for me? Got one hand, waiting for more hands. Johannes, go ahead.
So I've been reading through like the last few sections of the formal document, and I come up with something as the final assessment. What's it called again? I'm just gonna try to get it real quick.
Summative assessment.
The final summative assessment. But the thing is that why is it in the formative assessment?
All right. Very good question. So this is the first assessment, and this is communication skills, right?
Yes.
How your formative and summative assessments are structured is what you find in the summative is what we've prepared you for in the formative assessment. So there will be similar questions between formative and summative assessments. Now, these skills are quite difficult to train. So the feeling here was this training material is trying to make sure what you do in the formative assessment, you really have mastered it. So a lot of the questions in the formative in this particular unit standard are there as well in the summative. Am I hearing your question correctly, Johannes?
Yeah, I just looking at the final formative assessment. Sorry.
Yeah.
So there is it says something about the facilitator will give us a article of an article, but then we must answer the following questions.
Yeah.
Okay. So are we gonna get that article, or is that in the learner guide?
So that's going to be given by me.
Okay.
I'll ask Mr. Ndlela if he has, Mr. Mkize rather, if he has put it up on the portal. There's an article we're going to give you, and it's on YouTube. And that is what you're going to then use for that question. Once I'm ready with it, I will definitely hand it over to you. But Johannes, kindly go and check because it needs to be issued to you by Wednesday. That's what the training guide says. So go and check in the portal if there is a YouTube link that has been posted there.
As extra videos, the
It's
Trevor
not an
Noah
extra
interview.
video, so it will just be a YouTube video, and it must have, you'll see it's just literally YouTube. It's a link. It will just say video or something there.
Yes.
But if it's not there, then tomorrow I will share the link with you via the Teams chat.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. That's that one. Any other questions for me? I come with more tasks tomorrow. So please come in ready. Wake up and use your VAS lab. I beg of you tomorrow. Use your VAS lab when you come back tomorrow. Don't sleep like Jerry. Stay awake. Stay awake. And yes, we noted those ones that are hiding behind their videos, including Jabulo and Snenhlanhla. We watch the
so
videos.
wait.
All through the video, the training, we observe the people who fall asleep. We see them. Abodakalo, they getting.
But say I've been on the screen. It's just that I had problems with the laptop, even now.
Can't see anything there, Snenhlanhla. I'm not seeing
It's
anything.
just now. Can you hear the sound now?
Can you see my
Going
back?
to say anything? Lufuno slept 30 minutes ago. She's waking up now. Lufuno is like, let me wake up before they see me. We saw you a long time
We're
ago.
just
Lufuno.
hungry, sir.
We are just hungry.
Yeah, we are used to half past 12. So,
No, Space.
So
You must get used to 4 o'clock. When you're with me, it's 4 o'clock.
there's evidence here for me.
Which evidence now?
The
You can't
background.
see anything on your video, my guy. You
The
put a paper
background.
there. We are watching you. You put a paper there. You're not in front
JJ, you can see the Demon Slayer, right?
No, your screen is black on my side, my friend.
Exactly.
My friend.
Exactly.
Oh,
Exactly.
you have humor now.
Nope, it's not humor. Just what it is.
The
Ladies
screen.
and gentlemen, from my side, that will be it. I hope you have a wonderful afternoon going forward. I want to remind you, we submit the formative on Monday. We are not reviewing it, we're submitting it on Monday. And when I say Monday, anyone at Xtensive that says tomorrow, they mean at 12 o'clock noon. So Monday, 12 o'clock, no more submissions at noon. So I recommend you finish the formative with me in class before Friday. Everything that needs to be done in the formative must be done with me in class before Friday. Having said that, cheers everyone. Let's meet again tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the dot. Enjoy the afternoon.
Good day.
Babu?